Hello everyone, welcome. We are continuing our epic XML journey today after we recovered from 9-hour long stream on Sunday. I'll wait a little bit for more people to arrive, like a couple more minutes. Maybe I should pour myself something to drink actually while we're waiting. Um, yeah. Uh, um, yeah, I'll actually be right back. Actually, I need to wait for my kettle to boil. Oh, that's a smooth ass font rendering. I actually remember times before Emacs used like free type plus harvbuzz plus like Pango or whatever it is for font rendering, and it was kind of shit. These days it's kind of crisp. Okay, the kettle's ready. We're back. Okay, we can start. So I need to remember what we did because my brain is damaged by modern social media, so I don't have that big of an attention span. And as far as I recall, what the fuck is this? No. Yeah, we were actually generating the file with enum declarations, but our namespaces were kind of bungled together. Yeah, we had some enums. Yep. For Mike, compact. Yeah, so, and I think what I wanted to do is, instead of just putting all of the global enum declarations into just what the fuck is this? Z4Y1, what the fuck is that? Hey comrade, hello, welcome. Why are you staring at me? Is this something in my background? No. Anyway, yeah, what I wanted to do is probably to print namespaces in the same order I collected them. So now I'm just kind of, I think, collecting the shit to builder. Oh yeah, and I just print defines, just straight up like that. Right? Yeah, and then I just print enums, which is kind of weak sauce. So I think what I need to do is I need to group them, group them by namespace, this in the same kind of order they appear in the XML, and then print them like that. And after I do that, we could switch on to parsing the commands, so the actual functions or whatever. What are we doing here? Here we are actually parsing the XML. Yeah, so we parse in XML in collecting the data into these raw structures, right? Yeah, raw namespaces. Namespaces have values. Ooh. Yes, namespaces have values, and it also has those. I think values have groups. Yes, values have groups. So we collect shit to namespaces. Collect values. And then we have a table of raw enums. Yeah. So I think I am... Wow, this is too much action for the beginning of the stream. Hey artist, hello, welcome. Yeah, so I'm definitely getting rid of the namespaces way too early. So flat, what the fuck is flat defines? Okay, that was a hack, so just like a table of strings. All right. So I think the way I'm gonna structure it is that First, I'm going to collect enums like I do here. But I am also gonna group them by namespace. Yeah. And can I just reuse that? I can probably just reuse it. Or you know what we can do? We can also do... I just wonder if I should explode the amount of raw data. So for now, I am strictly following the XML structure. I have raw namespaces, and raw namespaces have just raw enum values, like that. But what I can do instead is, I can have an array of groups inside that will have values. And I also can have flat values. In this case, it will be easier for me to print them to an actual GI file. So I don't have to have more like raw declarations. Or I can have like a separate stage. The first stage just parses XML in a raw format. Next stage kind of collects processed information, so it turns XML into some kind of a tree structure. If you say, I guess, in tree structure would have a namespace. Inside of namespace, it would have global, just flat enum values, and actual enums interchanged with each other, and it will roughly follow the structure of the file. So the fuck is this OST? It's so abrupt. Let me switch the OST. I really like KOTOR OST, but it's so unstructured. At least in this video. Where is it? Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Okay. I'm in a mood to get copyright striked today, so well, we're gonna listen to Square Enix shit. Yeah, so what I was talking about. Yes. So these are pre-parsed XML. After pre-parsing XML, I'm gonna kind of pre-process the data a little bit. So we have namespaces. Inside of namespaces, we have groups. So something that kind of follows the file structure, like the output file structure. Maybe it's like too much steps, but I want to experiment with that. It's kind of loud, isn't it? So how do we do this? Hey tool, welcome, привет. New emote. Let's check this out. Hackermans. Okay. Added. Or you know what? Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I really hate that when I have multiple ways to approach the thing, and the best way to proceed is just to kind of start coding the first one, but yeah. I can also just add those here. Oh, by the way, I just realized something. GL.xml. Our vendor, are vendors kind of a... Are vendors structured in any way? I just wonder. So it seems like vendors are kind of... Yeah, it's not like just an arbitrary string. It seems like it kind of follows the structure. So some kind of rules. It's not like, you know, Intel capitalized, Intel lowercase. Oh, what's that? Look at this. This is the first weird one. So vendor kind of separated by slash. What's that? .3dfx. Vendor Mesa. It seems like it's fine. Oh, you know what? The namespace is also kind of could have different. I remember, I think RTC RTN, or what was his name? He mentioned something that these namespaces are just kind of just for convenience. So it's in reality just all that it's all just a global namespace. Namespace GL, namespace GL, namespace. So yeah. So when you do namespace equals, it's always GL, right? No? You like to see that when Emacs syntax highlighting just breaks in the middle of a file and then it gets fixed. Holy shit. So this one is probably... So there, GL false. So there's a group called special number. Which means that we will generate like an enum that is called special numbers. Oh, and this enum, okay. So this enum actually doesn't lead anywhere. It's like one of those fake enums, you see? It's not actually required anywhere. It's kind of fun. Group. So it also means that we will have to ignore some of those and just don't generate, because now if I open my generated file, you see they actually got combined into an enum. Which is probably dumb and wrong, which is like something you shouldn't do. My lips are super dry. Second. I actually went and bought a distilled water today for my humidifier, because otherwise I would just dry to death. It was 20. The humidity today was like 20% or something. Indecisiveness is killing me, man. Let me just put a to do here. Let me start doing something simple like that. What is it called? Again, special numbers. You know what, maybe I shouldn't parse these namespaces at all. I should just fucking use them to print shit, but don't actually try to give them any special meaning. I think that's probably the best idea I could come up with. So, and what I mean that is here, we kind of pre-parse, we combine all of the enums together. But then we will also add sort of flat defines also there. Yeah, so we'll have, so yeah, okay. I know what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a struct that will be called something like pre-processed like namespace or whatever. That's a kind of a big name, but hopefully I'm not gonna have to mention it that much. And what it's gonna do, what's gonna be is well, I'm sorry. it will gonna have so when we go to our first ever enum, oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. It was a fake sneeze, never mind. Yeah, so it will be like that. It will have a list of parsed enums. And then flat identifiers like that. So let's try to do it something like that. Yeah, so it's just gonna be array of, oh shit, did I accidentally change something up? Just array of entries and entries, which is gonna be, I guess, a dynamic array of like name space entry. We're gonna become super object oriented with that because this is an enterprise edition after all, you know. It's gonna be an array of and I guess since I guess there are multiple of them, we will probably have a I really don't like how it looks. Yeah. I'm just thinking about enums that first appear somewhere on the top and then they get populated from the groups below. And I will have to check if the enum is already printed and only printed, you know, if it's not printed already. I'm actually not sure I understand this concept in OpenGL entirely. Was there ever a case that, you know, some kind of enum has different meanings in like OpenGL 1 versus like OpenGL 3? Like so that it has more members or whatnot. Is it ever a case that if you want only to support like OpenGL 1.0, your enum needs to be like 3 members, and if you want to support OpenGL like 4.4, that the same enum will have like 5-6 members? Is this even a thing? Yeah, I have no idea. No, I'm not gonna make it an array. So we will just have like enums, which is gonna be raw enum, and we're gonna be flat entries, which is gonna be just an array of. It's not gonna be an array. It's gonna be like a table of, right? So this is like flat defines without an attached enum, unused members that get turned into comments. That's what it's for. And I guess comment, like top level comment, that will get just get ripped straight out of here, and probably vendor string, but change to enum later, right? So it's gonna be like an enum. And I guess that's it. And we will gonna have a probably list of those, something like that. Let's copy the definition and go on the bottom. It feels nice to finally have something to, you know, I guess to work on. So this is just getting copied for convenience. And what do I use this table for? Yeah, sure. So we are adding an enum here. I see. So yeah, this is kind of an intermediate, like an intermediate table that we will later turn into an array, I suppose. So we're gonna have pre-processed is gonna be an array of pre-processed namespaces. Yeah, and then we iterate over raw namespaces. We are doing let's name it like that. We are like creating a pre-processed equals to just says namespace late night. Hello plus R. I mean, it's a little bit late than usual, yeah, but I was busy, but I want to still get maybe like a couple hours, maybe 3 hours in, just to push this a little bit further, you know, even a little bit helps. You know, if you get like an hour a day, at the end of the week you have 10 hours of progress. You know what I mean. So if comment we just do pre-processed comment equals just comment. I think we do it just like that. Is bitmask. All right, then for values, if groups and the name, if not groups and the name, we are adding to an array of flat entries. Yeah, so it's gonna be pre-processed that flat entries name tprint. Yes. Otherwise, if we have a groups, then we do this newly added. Huh. if newly added, we do this, otherwise we do this. Oh, I know, I remember now why I made it a table. Because then I will be able to populate it from namespaces later. Yikes! Yikes, dude. How do I... Okay, let me think. I wrote this web server in quotes to stream video cam from your Raspberry Pi. I wrote the prototype using video for Linux to API bindings, and had a memory leak somewhere. Asked the AI and it suggested me to just read from the video as a file into buffer. I mean, yeah. Yeah. If the buffer, you know, supports just unprocessed video feed, then you can do that. But you know, if you need like WebRTC video server, then you need to pre-process the frames somehow, right? You can't just directly pipe a file descriptor into like WebRTC. You need to wrap it in some sort of, you know what I mean, into some sort of buffer. I mean, if they come from MJPEGs from the cam already, yeah, then of course. I'm not familiar with how it works. I've never tried to do that, so the fuck do I know? But if they are already come into some kind of, you know, codec friendly format, then yeah, you can just funnel them. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So we have a problem on our hand. And the problem is that an enum can first appear into some early namespace, into some early like grouping of enums, and then further groupings can add values to the same enum. And the question is, in which order do we print those? In the order of their appearance, or in the order, or at the place where we last saw them? That is the question. I'm thinking about the order of their appearance. Right, so we will have a table of pre-processed enums. Okay. So enums is just gonna be an array of strings, right? Names of enums that are mentioned in the grouping, in the enums tag, aka groups attribute. I'm just kind of documenting this for myself at the moment. So we will have a table of row enums, but preprocessed namespace will contain only the name. Yeah. And I think flat defines, we can just nuke this. Right, so if newly added, raw enum and raw enum. Where is it mentioned? Ah, yeah, here it is. Raw enum newly added, and then we do array variants. Yep. Where do we table set? Ah, yeah, here's the table. Enums is the table that they nuked, that they fucking nuked. There you go. So enums is a table of string, which is an enum name, and a raw enum. Oh no, it's literally there. It's just surrounded by comments. So, yep. Okay. So that's it. And then, oh no. Actually, this one as well, right? So for flat defines, I need to do this straight up. Why would it be a fucking table? I don't... Yeah, this shouldn't be a table. Okay, this definitely shouldn't be a table. Flat entry should be just an array of strings. And here I am instead doing this logic. If contains it.name comment. No. So it name there was a code that was using unused. I think I nuked it, right? Yeah, there you go. I handled that. Yeah, okay. I handled the comment. That's all right. I handled it already. Ooh, it's so hard to think about it. So array add to preprocessed flat defines. Do I really call them flat defines? It's flat entries now. Yes. And it's this. Like, it's literally this. Right, we print the value. And then if it is a comment, then we print that. Yeah. Okay. And then after all is done, yes, after all is done here, this is irrelevant. After all is done, we iterate over preprocessed namespaces and print the enums. And if enum is already printed, oh, it's just a song that transitions to another song in a weird way. I thought something is... There's like a siren outside or something. Got trolled. Right, so we iterate for preprocessed something. Yeah. And now we can finally add stuff to the builder. So if, let's do this, ns, so namespace, ns.comment, and we do, oh shit, print to builder. Let's call it GB. GB, like global builder. Okay. Global builder, and we do like that. Percent namespace comment. Yeah. Print the comment. After that, we print just flat defines and then enums. We can do this, or we can print enums and then flat defines. But I think it's better to print flat defines and then enums. Hello, Dispel. You can type. Welcome to the stream. You can type ! Today. Yes. That's what we're doing. We're creating an OpenGL loader directly from XML, official XML descriptions. Yeah. That's the end goal. But there's always a chance that at some point I'll just say, fuck this shit, I'm not gonna do it. There's always a chance. Then we do for an s dot enums. This is an enum name we have here, right? So enum name, enums, and we do enum actual enum equals to table find found, and do assert expected missing enum into t-print this shit. Right, table find enums enum name. You're trying to find our enum. I think we need to yeah. Oh no. Actually no. This is shouldn't be an issue, because after we're printing the enum, I will delete it from the table of pre-parsed enums so that the upcoming next groupings don't print the same enum again. Yeah. Print to builder. So print the opening of the enum, and it's gonna be enum name, and then fx enum is bit mask, then flags. So it's either enum or enum mask. Then we defer printing the end of an enum, which is closing brace and 2 empty lines. And then for enum variants, so basically copying the code that we wrote previously, just literally this. So we print an indentation for spaces, and then we print that. So name, value, and if the comment, the comment. And after we're doing that, we do table remove. Is it table remove? Yeah, it is table remove. Enums and then enum name. There you go. That's what we're doing. And after all of this is done, we just dump this shit to the file. Let's see if we even compile. No, we don't fucking compile because yeah, this need a comment is not a member of what? Oh, comments. Well, let's fix that. This should be GB. Again, There's also GB. Cool. Easy clap. I just wrecked that. Wait, did I fuck this up somehow? How did I fuck it up? Print to builder. If found. So yeah, this should be actually if found, or rather, if not found, continue. So what is wrong here? Did I? Oh, I'm so smart. Yikes. So first, I set the enums to the table, and after that, I actually need to add those enums. Enums, right? So, and what is gonna be? It that name or not? So for G group, yeah, that's what we do. G. Yes. And then we actually need to add, before we continue, we need to add namespaces and preprocessed. Yeah, we actually need to populate the fucking array. Undeclared identifier preprocessed namespaces. Wait, what? Preprocessed namespaces. And this was auto-completed with an error, of course. Okay. There you fucking go. So, and now you see what we have. We actually have something interesting. We have enums. Where is our first flat one? Okay, we have some comments. So any flat identifiers. There should be about 3,000 of flat identifiers. If I don't see them, then I probably fucked up. Do we print them? I mean, I don't even I don't even print it, of course. For namespace flat entries, we need to just print to builder GB, and I think we just straight up print the it. Actually, no, we need to print it and no, we don't need even the line ending. I think we have all we need. So just do this, right? Oh shit, what's that? Why doesn't it have a name? Eat that value. Oh shit. We need to do like that. So eat name. GL shared edge and W. Nice. What else interesting do we have? I'm just like scrolling to look at something that jumps my eye. Okay, yeah. So mostly OpenGL, blah blah blah, enum assignments. And there we have a bunch of unused defines, ungrouped defines. Most of those seems like they are vendored extensions. And then we have some enums, primitive type, accumulator, accum operator, texture, blah blah blah. Get p name. I think that looks pretty good to me. What do you think? Do I try to just include a sample project with this file and just to see if it compiles or not? Internal format. Ooh. And yeah, we will definitely have, you see these like extensions. We will have an option to not generate all of those dead like vendors and whatnot. For now, we'll just generate everything. Some comments. I think not all comments get populated. Something tells me, because I think this like attribute. Actually, you know what? No, I'm pretty sure the comment should have gotten printed here. So, no, look at that. It doesn't have comment actually. No, never mind. So the first comment we have is GL map coherent persistent blah blah blah. Yeah, that's the one. That looks good to me. I'm pretty happy with the result. What do they want to do? Oh, fucking brain rot, ADHD, fuck. I wanted to do something and my brain just blinked. My head is literally empty. What did they want to do? Fuck. I need to spend less time on the Jump scared me again. And I remembered. Teach, thanks for the raid. Really, really appreciate it. Second time you raided me, very, very generous of you. I am honored to have your trust. Welcome, welcome, Epic Raiders. I assume you've been working on your OCaml framework. Hope your stream went well. And what are we doing here is we are trying to generate a perfect type-safe OpenGL bindings for Jai programming language, not from some stupid ass C header, but directly from the source, aka gl.xml. Yes, so this is the source, right? It's actually the officially maintained XML description of OpenGL. By the way, you haven't seen that. That doesn't exist on my computer. I'm sorry. Please don't get disappointed. And so what we do, we parse this XML, we accumulate it into some kind of an intermediate data structure, and then we print this to a JI file. And so far what we have here is we have a bunch of enums generated. For now, only enums. We have stuff bundled together to some enums, and some stuff just scattered around because it's not grouped in any way. For example, this one. As they've been informed by people who know OpenGL, this XML is maintained on a, best effort basis. So some of this is not properly grouped. Some of this is like grouped, but weirdly. A lot of vendors that have ranges of enum in this file, they don't even exist anymore. Like, they're literally out of business, right? I endorse this endeavor even though I've never done game programming in my entire life. Me neither. Basilus, I hope that's how you pronounce your name. I've also never done game development in my entire life. But yeah, hi Disguised Pigeon, hi Basilus, hi Dojo Drummer, hello, hello. Welcome, people. We do a lot of work, and then we make a triangle. And then we make a whole buttload of triangles. That sounds about right. But yeah, you know how weird this XML is? It has stuff like this. It has entire namespaces dedicated to some actual people, like real people. For Mac, Mark Callow, Chronos Bug, shared with EGL. So you have comments like that. There's something for John Kennedy. Something for Remy Peterson. Right? So there's literally, right? So like Pat Brown has like, and it's actually in here. So there's an entire enum range. Look at this, an entire enum range that is squatted for someone named Pat Brown from apparently from NVIDIA, right? Hey Fivel, hello. Hello, welcome. I mean, OpenGL existed forever. It was always kind of scattered, and people tried their best to somehow group it, so thanks to them. And there's also some kind of funny historical gems here. For example, look at this. Look at this enum namespace. Let me pull it up. It says vendor IBM, and the comment, IBM is out of the graphics hardware business. Most of this range will remain unused. So there's literally some historical enum range in OpenGL that is just forever, kind of, how do you call it, like sculpt on the IBM, rest in peace plate. And there's more, right? NEC may be out of the graphics hardware business, then Kubota Pacific is out of business, and they have, enum ranges that are literally dead. Then there's comments like Compaq, who was acquired by HP, right? And then it's like Portland Graphics. This XML is it's not just some kind of specification. This is actually someone or a group of people went through all of this historical baggage and tried to accumulate it here. And it's kind of mind-blowing that the state in which it's in, but it's kind of cool that people actually try to do that. And yeah, you definitely should. There's also stuff like where was here? Yeah, you see, so there's like namespace GL, vendor angle, comment, GitHub bug, pull request, blah, blah, blah. Right, so there are mentions of real GitHub pull requests, there are mentions of GitHub issues. Охуенно, I know. Hey, Fira. It is very, very esoteric. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. And I mean, when I'm done with this binding generator, the idea is that we will have some kind of a toggle which extensions to enable. So in the end file, you won't have all this weird dead vendors, you know, like Kubota, IBM, old ATI stuff, right? Because AMD, I think, I actually don't know, maybe AMD still uses ATI postfix, but this is all gonna be configurable. And if you know something about Jai, if you heard about it before, basically when you compile your program, you have a build script written in the same language, so in Jai. And my idea is that you will plug in the metaprogram plugin or just import a function in which you kind of configure what OpenGL API version, what vendors, what, you know, struct definitions you want to generate. And when you build your program, you will get, you know, up-to-date list of all the API that you use and nothing else. That's kind of the idea. And you maybe want to regenerate it from time to time, right? And then you get the result in files and you just commit it to your code base. It's kind of, if you ever done some maybe like OpenGL programming before, or maybe you've heard it, it's kind of like GLAD project, if you heard about it. Let me glad.d, let me open it. Yeah, so that's it. There's a project named GLAD, and you can kind of select a language. It's kind of generic. It supports few languages. For example, you know, you can get like C++, select the specification, you know, OpenGL, just like generic one. EGL is cross-platform for mobiles, for Linux. GLX is the legacy X11 one, and WGL is OpenGL for Windows, right? For example, I want to support Windows, then WGL actually, yeah, only have profile of this. And then you get like, you can select extensions that you want to enable. And after enabling few of them, you can finally click generate, and there's also a couple, you know, files you click generate, and it sort of gives you files here. It gives you the loader. So this is like glad.wgl.c. If you open it, this is a C file that will actually include the headers and perform the load. So, right, it literally will call load library W, which is a Win32 API for loading the libraries. Right, so it's very funny that on Windows you have a function that gives you a W and instantly you pass it an L. So it turns an L into a W. Very optimistic in my opinion. Yes. And yeah, it calls getProc address and casts it, blah, blah, blah. So it implements a loader logic, and it actually gives you a generated C header for, this is generic one for, yeah, for WGL, which will provide you all of the shit you would expect to exist on Windows. Yes, Windows folks try to turn L into a W. Sometimes they're successful, sometimes not as much. But yeah, that's kind of what we are going for. Yeah. That's sort of what we're going for. And right before I got traded by Teach, again, thank you by the way, we were able to generate enums. And I was trying to remember what I wanted to do with this generated file. And I remember I wanted to just start creating some kind of a main that includes this, so it, you know, so it compiles. And after that, I will switch to parsing procedures, functions, because for now I only parse enums and it defines. Yeah, so let's do that. Generated protocols. Just let's create main.jai here, or maybe gl example.jai, and it will gonna have a main. And it will just load gl.jai and typedefs.jai. So that I can see that it compiles or not. Example.jai. Yeah, it does not quite compile. So what do we have here? Expected an expression after. Oh yeah, this should be a struct, and this should be a struct. What's that? Numeric constant is out of range for this enum. The enum is declared as a type U32, so the value must be in. What the fuck is this? Oh, so you see what I mean? That's kind of the thing you will meet when trying to do OpenGL stuff. It kind of declares some kind of an enum, sorry, English is not my native language. It kind of declares an enum, but then some value that on the paper belong to that enum, right, tagged as uint64. I think what we can do is maybe we can special case them and put them outside of an enum range or something. And if we do that, will it compile? Oh yeah, and another ones is also enum that is supposed to be U32, but it has a minus in it, so it's kind of a 2's complement, right? This weird ass thing. I think, right? This is how you do. How you represent -2 in U32. Yeah, I think 2's complement is what you do. I'm sorry, I'm not. I mean, that's what it is in XML. I think in reality, it's kind of just 2's complement, or just the hex that has the same sort of bit pattern. That's about it. Yeah. Let me just remove minuses and see if I compile. Oh, shit. We have a redeclarations, of course. Active program ext. And it's of and of course it has a different value, right? Not to complement module arithmetic. I see. Hey, RCR, hello. Yeah. I remember there was some shit that you do to represent negative numbers in U32. I just, don't exactly know what it is. Welcome, hello. So yeah, naturally there is some shit that is redeclared, active program ext, and naturally it has different values. For the OpenGL version of ext separate shader objects. What's that? One of them is OpenGL, one of them is OpenGL ES, and they have different values. Okay. Wait, what did I compile? Okay, so yeah, now it compiles. So we need to handle redeclaration of this GL active program ext. We need to handle ZB. Yeah, we need to handle redeclaration, and we need to handle negative numbers, and then this is valid JAI. How is it specified in the XML? The OpenGL version of this extension is completely unrelated to OpenGL ES version. Nice. You see, it has the API. Enum has API attribute. All right. Do you have a lot of them? All right, we have a feature. So API is GL and GL GLES, and also GLSL. Yeah, GLSC. I see. And so it seems, yeah, you see, so this is how you distinguish API for enum. Cool. So you will have different headers. I mean, naturally, you know, Jai doesn't have headers, but different files. So let's go back to here, and on enum value on here, we will have API, which is gonna be string. Hey, Lauren, what's up? IWA means I want attention, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Do just use Vim. This is basically Vim, come on. Like, it's Emacs, but I use evil mode. Evil mode is literally better Vim than Vim itself. The WAC. Okay. Okay. What happened to me, dogfood in VS Code? I just got better at it, and I'm, you know, more confident in switching between editors, so I don't need to dogfood it anymore, right? So I'm still using it at work when I'm working on the extension that we ship, but I don't need to use it in my free time because I kind of got up to speed. Yeah. So to reiterate, I'm still dogfooding, but during my day job. Why not NeoVim? I don't know, it's just like, I just historically, it's kind of a long story. Okay, since Tej raided me and, you know, he's affiliated with NeoVim, I actually don't know if he still works on the core editor. But yeah, it was around 2014 when NeoVim first appeared, and I kind of was interested in it. I remember that at the time I was using Vim. I was actually using Vim at the time, but I got super fed up with Vim for a few reasons. First, it was so bad on Windows, it's just like unfathomable. And second one was just like, how do you call this shit? Like Vim script, it was impossible to use. Also, it was single-threaded. You didn't have a sync, so it was constantly freezing, and I was very unhappy with it. So, and then I saw a talk on YouTube, which is called. It was basically a talk about evil mode in Emacs. Let me dig it up. It was on Thoughtbot YouTube channel. Emacs evil mode Thoughtbot. Oh yeah, it's called Evil Mode, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Emacs. That's the talk. I mean, yeah, and it came out 9 years ago, and it has 500,000 views. 500,000 views the stock has. Yeah, I watched it and I got interested, and that's how I tried Emacs for the first time. And it pretty much kept me hostage this whole time. And NeoVim was just very raw at the time, so I kind of tried it multiple times over the year, but I was bouncing back every time. Yeah, and then I got addicted to Lisp, and I never finished my rehabilitation. So yeah, there you go. There you go. So yeah, evil mode is just a. It's not Vim. It's not just Vim bindings for Emacs. It's actual. Right. What the fuck is this? Let me check. What the fuck is that? Ah, he's coming on himself. It took me a while. I can't add it. It doesn't let me add it for some reason. Oh, okay. It's just I needed to reboot the page. I'll add it. Sure. Your money. Okay. So yeah, that's the story of my life. Anyway, let's register the API here for raw enum node attributes. Value name group and case API. Enum value dot API equals utter value. Yeah. So we need to record the API. And I actually will only print GL for now. So when we generate bindings, we do like API to generate GL. To do, make it into enum GL glass2 GLSC, like that. Wait a second. I feel so much better, and my humidifier actually caught up to 47% of humidity, and I really feel it. It's so much better to breathe the moist air, and it also kind of warms me up too. Before I turned it on, there was like 23 or 22%. I'm in Serbia, so it's supposed to be fine, but I guess the temperature is slightly below 0 degrees here, so just getting fucked. Getting fucked by cold air. Is the air super polluted? Yeah, it's actually quite polluted. So I have air purifier and humidifier in my room. I'm super stoked. The air in Balkans just fucked on winter. Not everybody have gas here, so people are just burning shit. I mean, my neighbor is like, it's like 75% gas, so it's not that bad, you know. It's still suboptimal, but it's not like Chernobyl level hazard, you know, danger. But there are neighborhoods when you need some fucking stalker gear to survive. I hope you won't get lung cancer. Me too, me too. And yeah, speaking of lung, people really like to smoke here. I guess it's just Europe in general, not just Balkans. But yeah, that was one of the culture shock when I arrived here. Anyway. Oh yeah. If value if it.api and it.api not equals to API to generate, then continue. There you go. What the fuck did I just wrote? It should be like that. Okay. Now, how do I turn negative numbers? I remember somebody told me how to convert negative numbers to U32 properly. Oh, actually, it's irrelevant because all of this is just strings. So what I need to do is like here. Row value equals it value. If row value now I can't just, I need to convert it to an integer and then turn it into U32. How do you represent? Okay, let me actually read it from first principles. How to represent negative numbers in what? Is it in 2's complement? RTR said that is modular arithmetic, but I think it's the same, no? Negative negating a 2's complement number is simple. Invert all the bits and add 1 to the result. That's easy. Just use the leading bit as the minus flag. I'm actually not sure if that's what they meant, if that's what the number means, right? Because the number might be just a 2's complement, or it might just mean that we have a leading 0. It might be one of these, and you don't really know. Let me actually check. So GL.ji -2. Yeah. So transform feedback token NW. So you do what C does, right? So you just wrap it. So you see, so this is not just using leading 1, and it's not 2's complement. It's literally whatever it does in C, right? So we can do, just to illustrate the point, here's your new vim. test.c, right? We can paste it here, and we can do, let me do like main, how do you write C? It's like void main, then you do something like that, and you do unsigned int this. This is what you do, right? And then I can just do printf, right? And is it stdio.h? Is this it? The rate. Oh, hey Henry, thanks for the rate. You're being very generous with the rates. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I really appreciate the rate. Hello, hello, hello. Hope your engineless game dev is going well. Hero Dev actually is doing some very cool 3D game dev development without any engines, without any like third-party stuff. So yeah, really like absolutely go follow him. If you're interested into like systems, game dev-ish programming, like a lot of graphical stuff, like Vulkan and platform low-level shenanigans, definitely go follow him. And %d, right, is what we... %d, 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ddd, sock my d, d, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you just look at this Vim formatting, awful. I think in C you just actually I think I can just do that. The funniest thing is that I don't even, I'm like absolutely sure, 100% sure I don't even need those extensions. Just align those with spaces. Kind of like that. And I think you are not allowed to use trailing commas in C, right? Since OpenGL enums in C are defined, which are untyped, what happens depends on what... That's amazing. Yikes. Oh, so it depends on what the target function accepts, right? You actually made a good point. Oh, fuck. Let's see. As like transform, feedback, vary in NW. I mean, only one function accepts it, and the type of the type what it takes is oh wait, no, it's param group len count const gl int. Huh. GL int is sized one, right? I think GL int is not unsized, so I'm doing it for nothing. You actually bring up a very good point. In C23 you are what? You are allowed to use trailing commas, I assume. So we have a param program of type glueInt. Okay, we have GL size I count, and then we have transform tokens. Param group, yeah, const GLInt locations. Signed, choose complement binary integer. I told you it's choose complement. You see how smart I am. Holy shit. GLInt signed, yeah, choose complement binary integer. So we do invert those, right? I mean, I guess I can just leave them as signed. Where are they? Wait, I fucked up. Yeah, GLInt. Yeah, it is. Here, let me expand the window a little bit so you can see it in one line. Yeah, so const GLInt. Yeah, const GLInt. So it is just like that. Yeah, we don't really have a type here. Ooh. I guess I'll just use them as sized integers. Then can actually see how if it even exists, you know, in any sort of header. Let me just grab for it on the internet. Define this shit. Yeah. So if you go to glxt.h, it's literally defined like that. Just straight up like this. There you go. So I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I'll just special case this particular enum. How do I special case it? I think what I do. Maybe when I print it. So here, right, instead of printing GLEnum, I'm gonna print GLInt. What do you think? Just GLInt this motherfucker. And it's gonna be enum.type. So like that, and enum name, enum type. Let me just, oh, this should be a comma. Yeah, raw enum name type string. I like to special case stuff, you know, just because of one particular thing. When do I add it? Raw enums, I generate them here. Where is it? Is bitmask. Okay. And then value raw enum that type equals if x it that value starts with minus, then gl int, else gl enum. Is this how it looks like? Is it GL capital? Yeah, it is capital, okay. So I guess that's what we do. Enum, oh shit. Almost got it. So enum white space. Enum name. Name, no. Name, then whether it is a flag, and only then type. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, enum gl int, you see, and this is like enum gl. Okay, nice. So let's go back to GL example and see if this still compiles. Oh yeah. This crap that is marked as S64. Fuck. Let me comment those out. Okay, so this is the only shit we need to special case now. Probably just pull them out of enum, I'd say. I got 2 random questions about Jai if you have time. How easy it is to do something like X macros with it, and can you inline assembly? Sure, both is yes. Jai actually has its own assembler. Let me show it. It's ASM directive. This is how it looks like. And there's even how-to on it. Inline assembly. Yeah. So instead of the intrinsics, you find that compilers will provide functionality for robust inline assembly, blah, 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 blah. And it's actually pretty versatile. Right? You can... Yeah, you can name registers. Right? You kind of pin the register as a general purpose register, and then you can like move to banana something as 64. And later it has cool stuff. Wait, let me see some. Let me check if there's something cool. So yeah, there's pinning. There is. You see, you can actually like just use variables here, right? You can just use variables in assembler. Also pretty cool. There was a cool thing when you can just infer size, right? So you can only use assembly block if your CPU supports a certain instruction sets, right? So like you can special case, for example, AVX2 here. Yeah, use macros, right? And pass register. There's like a type register. You can pass those as a macro and then use it inside of it. Also pretty cool. You can do compile time execution with assembly. It just literally gets jitted into the bytecode. And where's the cool feature I wanted to show? I mean, all of those are cool, but I meant something specific in mind. Maybe I just scrolled past it. Oh yeah, polymorphic sizes. Yeah, this is the cool one that got added recently. And basically you can write if bits equals 8, right? Then you do this, else you do that. And you see what you can do? You can do like pop count, question mark bits. And you can add that at the end of the mnemonic to specify that the size is bits. So under the hood, it will gonna use the correct pop count for, 32 bits, 64 bits, whatever. So that's also pretty cool. So yeah, Jai has inline assembler in it. The famous Coffee Babe mentioned. And another question was, can you do something like X macros? And yes, you can. Let me show you the EGL example that I have here. It's EGL. So consider this. This is the C file that uses X macros, right? So this is an X macro. Basically, you define a bunch of procedure pointers with X macro, which is just, you know, static type name. And then you use the same X macro. And then you use X macro to load those, right? So yeah, right? X EGL proc get proc address, right? This is what you do in C. You use X macro to load procedure pointers. But in Jai, yeah, XB. So this is the ported example from C to Jai, and it uses kind of the same weird convention with these types. So these EGL headers are generated from C headers. So if you actually go there, EGL.jai, you can see here we have generated all of that. And where are those? PFN, yeah. Yeah, so we have these kind of weird names for procedure pointers that is just type. And when I will generate OpenGL from XML, we will not have those, because in Jai you can just do name and that. But the way you load procedure pointers in Jai is with using type info. And let me show you. So glprocs is a struct that has name and the type. Like, just imagine type actually getting inlined here. And then I define an instance of this proc if I want. I don't need to do this. I can, you know, just literally not have the struct and have them inline, but this is just easier. And the way you do it is, look at this. You get the type info of the struct here, glprocs. Then you iterate over the struct members. Then you get the right side of the struct member, right? That type. It has a name and a type, right? Left side is a name, right side is a type. So you get type and cast it to type info procedure, because we know for a fact it is a procedure pointer. Then what you do is you get its offset in bytes. The type info struct has offset in bytes of every member. It's kind of similar like offset of in C. Then what you do is you get this member offset. You get its address at the start of the struct, and you cast it back to the type of the procedure, of type of this procedure. So you get the member address and you cast it to the procedure type. And then you call get proc address and you literally dereference it into the member. And so now the member of the struct has actual address of the procedure. So yeah, that's what you do. You just use metaprogramming instead of X macros, Again, to reiterate, you iterate, to summarize, you iterate over struct members, you get the type, you get the member through its member offset, you cast the member to the type on the right, and then you load, then you dereference the value into it. I mean, of course, it is more involved than X macro because it is type safe, right? X macro is just some string interpolation you throw in. And this has this is just more kind of generic, this has more generic use case. You can do whatever you want with it, right? You can generate all sorts of crap based on the struct type info. You can use it for whatever purpose it is. Loading procedure pointers, it's just one aspect they're useful for, right? It's just here. It supports X macro use case, and you can use it for other stuff too. Introspection, you can generate procedure headers that take this crap and whatever. If you, where is it? Type info struct. Yeah, if you search for type info struct in the compiler distribution, you can find all sorts of crazy shit. For example, you can literally write a command line parser, like type safe command line parser, by using temporary struct members and type info struct member, type info struct. Right. So this module, it parses command line arguments into a predefined struct in a kind of generic way. So yeah, if you just like compare two use cases back to back, it's probably more involved because, I mean, does it even have it's conceptually it is more involved because it uses because of this line, like because of this single line, it's more involved. Let's be honest, this is the only line that's more involved because it involves pointer math. Everything else is that simple. So this is the only line that's loaded with meaning. And it's just like literally address of the struct plus member offset casted to the type of its right side. Right. If you imagine a helper function that does something like member equals get struct member, and you do member offset. You know, if you just do this, here you go, no overload anymore, right? So if that's what was written, you wouldn't say that it's more involved. Yeah, and it's normal code. There's no string interpolation. It's normal type checked code. You can step here with the debugger. You can see at every step what kind of each thing is assigned to, and all that. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of the answer to your question. Yeah, that's the X macro of Jai. Yeah, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. And another good thing is that it's not just some magical types that provided by the compiler. They are literally user space. You can go into the modules preload and you can literally see how they're defined. Here's type info procedure. This is all it has. It has argument types, it has return types, and it has some flags. You know, elsewhere, compile time only, polymorphic, has no context, call, intrinsic, symmetric. Right, symmetric is for operator overload. Right, is CPP method. This is for FFI, and has CPP non-pod return. Like, these are two special cases for integration with C++. So you can literally just go and see what these type infos can have in them. It's right there, you know, in the code, in the user space code. Same with type info struct. Where is it? Type info struct, right? You have a name of the struct. You have parameters. In case of polymorphic struct, you have members and also some flags and maybe initializer. This is kind of like in C++, you have default initializer, right? Or how do you call it? Struct initializer, when you have default values on the struct. This is the procedure that gets automatically generated by the compiler that sets them when you create it. And you can, I think you can actually just step in it with the debugger. And yeah, it has some constant storage because, you know, you can define constants within it. And you have nodes on the struct, so, you know, like kind of like that. So yeah, you can see all of it in the distribution. I hope it makes sense. I actually meant to shoot a video on it and post to my YouTube about, you know, how you load procedure pointers in C versus in Jai, but that's kind of the gist of it. Maybe I will just cut this this segment and put it on YouTube unedited. Maybe I'll do that instead because I'm lazy. Yeah, let me go back to generate protocols. Let me delete that because I don't need it anymore. And I meant to special case the 64-bit values that I just need to pull out of the enum. Yeah, before I do that, let me actually make a small bathroom break. I'm going for, oh, just small break in general because I'm going for 2 hours already. I'll be right back. Right. I'm gonna bring my table down. Meanwhile, if anyone has questions, feel free to ask them. Yep. Weather is okay. The air is dry and polluted, but otherwise is pretty chill. Yeah, working very hard. It's my everyday single hand workout. But don't worry, my other hand will have will also have workout later today. So it's even. Okay, so we have as u as 64. What was it? GL example. Tagged as uint64. That's what it was. Tagged as uint64. So, that was a fake enum. This is very incredibly useful. I meant to take that enum and actually unmake it as enum, because special numbers is just like a weird ass grouping. And yeah, RCR said that you were on JBlow's stream and he worked on the assembly. Yeah, he actually did that particular part relatively recently. The initial assembler was actually not written by him. There's a guy named Ryan Flaherty, I think. It's one of the people. I'm pretty sure I follow him on Twitter. Yeah, Ryan Flaherty. I think the initial assembler for Jai was written by this guy. The guy who does Rad Debugger work on Twitch. Yeah, Ryan actually streams sometimes. No, not Ryan Fleury. No. Not Ryan Fleury. No. This is different. Yeah, it's also Ryan. Yeah, his last name also starts with F, but this is a different Ryan. Seems like if you're Ryan F, then you're a good programmer. I need to keep that in mind for when I'm, when I want to hire programmers. That's gonna be my green flag. It's like, everybody have their biases, their icks. My programming ick is gonna be when someone's first name is uncle. I'm gonna think twice before hiring. Okay, where is... yeah, nothing fair. So the special cases. The special cases are if not groups and the name would do that. If not groups and name, or it groups special numbers. Ay. Not like that. So we need to iterate by group, and then if G equals special numbers, yeah. Special casing special numbers. This is not a real enum, just a bunch of magic numbers pulled together in the XML. They even have different types. A couple of them are uint, u64, and others are u32, u43, u32. I remember back in the day, I was kind of hesitant to write, big ass comments, long comments. because I was drinking this clean code Kool-Aid that, you know, code should speak for itself. You know, if you have to write comment, then you fucked up. And it was also reinforced by my colleagues at the time. So, you know, writing comments was kind of discouraged. You need to write your code in a way so you don't need comments. That was kind of the vibe. And every time I tried to write a comment, I was like, oh, you're writing big comments, you know, maybe you should write your code better, this kind of stuff. And it always felt bad to me, felt wrong to me. But, you know, I was just a, how do you call it, like line cook, so I just obeyed the orders. But then I discovered, you know, Casey and John, who were just like, who never hesitated to write a fucking essay in the code. And so it was nice, it was very nice to feel validated. And so now if I want to write a fucking essay in my code, I will. Sometimes I regret I don't write more. Usually it happens when I'm super fried and my brain is cooked and I just write some mindless code that I forget to document and then usually regret about it. Anyway, so if this is a special numbers, then I think we do that instead. And continue. Yeah. You write more comments than actual code lately? That's funny. Wait, what? Otherwise it turns into huyak if production. And then you have no fucking clue what the code is doing. I mean, I think that huyak if and huyak if production is actually a very good attitude. Unironically. I think shipping faster is a good overall goal. Like, it's overall the goal, you know. You know, ship often, ship sooner. But there is a condition that you need to have a very good safety nets. Especially, you know, in kind of web world. Yeah. Did I run it? Okay. gl.j. Yeah, that's definitely bad. That's definitely bad. I agree. Okay, there you go. Look at that. We have tokens whose numeric value is intrinsically meaningful, and they are actually inlined. What's that? Not an API enum, API definition macro for ES headers. Let me actually see how it looks in the XML. Does it have an API or something? No, it doesn't. It's just... Raging pile of tech debt accumulates in matter of weeks. Yep, yes, this is true. I'm actually now involved in a very fast pace, you know, ship to market kind of workflow. And we just pile stuff on top of each other, like pile and pile and pile. Like the current thing I'm shipping is optimized, is purely optimized for time to market. I mean, you know, I am a strong believer that a good programmer, you know, a good engineer can ship a reasonable, like passable quality even under these conditions, because when you're a good programmer, you know how to cut corners correctly. I really believe that. And I think more programmers, this may be a hot take, in this environment where, like in the modern environment, I think more programmers need to learn how to cut corners correctly. Because I see a lot of web products that get shipped fast, but they just cut wrong corners. You know what I mean? They will have a shiny landing page, like shiny sign up button, which is okay, right? But then an actual functionality just shit. I think what they need to do instead is to get the basic functionality right, like, the value proposition of your product, like really well. And then you can, cut corners on the UI, on some like visual stuff that's not important when we talk about the web. If we're talking about general desktop applications and games, I think that's possible too. Right? I think when modern games are crunched and rushed, they usually cut corners in terms of performance and in terms of just general playability, right? You run the code and it's riddled with fucking bugs. Nothing works, everything crashes, and you have to wait for, like, you have to basically just not play the game for the first month because it's unplayable. I think instead what they should cut corners on is things like modals, maybe animations, basically on graphical fidelity, right? So you concentrate on the gameplay code, you make it right, and you can ship your game earlier, but maybe, with lower fidelity, with, maybe assets that not super optimal, not super polished. And then you can release patches with better assets. But publishers will never do that because they want to sell you a perfect picture. And because traditionally gamers were shit eaters that will look at screenshot, neuron activation, game buy. But I think lately there was a vibe shift. People saw that good games is not this AAA dog shit. Good games are things like, Vampire Survivors, like fucking indie games like, Celeste and whatnot. I think people got finally woken up and now they see that the gameplay is king. And I think maybe in the future AAA will shift the vibe as well. And they will maybe start cutting the corner in a more correct way. Or maybe half of the AAA companies just die, go out of business, which to me is actually good too. For Stalkers, not a month. Yeah, I actually kind of gave up on Stalker 2. I really tried to play it for like first week. Then I just gave up because it was fucking unplayable. I want to come back to it, but a bit later. So do we compile? Yeah, now we compile the example. So now our initial enum generation, we are able to produce valid GI code. And now I feel comfortable to move to parsing function pointers, finally. Let me actually commit the GL. Do I commit GL.js as well? I think so, yeah. And type defs. Checkpoint. We are generating valid GI. Cool. Actually, let me push too. Yeah. I think those non-API enum defines allow client code to ask if the header supports the feature set. Extension API version TC with an if def. Oh. Ah, so you mean these ones? Header would have like define this, and then in your code you would like if def, and that's why their values is 1. Okay, let me actually add that. These are supposed to get def in the client code. I probably don't need them at all. Yeah, I probably just can remove them altogether. Yeah, thank you. Do I have any mental power to keep going and start working on functions or not? How much time is it? It's 0:00. Yeah, I really started late today. I apologize. There should be much more. There are more of these. I can probably search for them with value equals 1, right? GL1, these GL versions. Actually, no. Maybe GL version. Oh yeah, so like that, right? GL version. Like this? I mean, no, this is a feature. So this is not just like a define. But maybe they exist as defines in C headers. Yeah, I mean, they probably exist as defines in the header. So yeah, these are those versions. Aha, yeah, look at that. Bam bam. Dam dam dam. Dam da dam. Dam dam da da dam. Dam dam dam. Da dam. Okay. Let's broken syntax highlighting, I like that. Command. Those are encoded as feature name. Okay, yeah. That's fine. If there is not a lot of those, I can always just, special case them. It's totally fine. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of my time that I spent as, probably all of the programmers who worked on web or some sort of enterprise, you either had to parse web pages with data that is mostly structured but not really, or maybe you had to parse like CSVs, that contain garbage data, or maybe you had to migrate databases that have almost structured data but not really, not all the way, and you have a generic system that scrapes or migrates or parses data and then you have a system that deals with special cases on top of that. And sometimes you only get like 98% correctly. And then you have to put a lot of effort to get all of that. This is what it reminds me of. And Tefira asked about, is this maggot? Yes, it is. It is. 50% of why I still use Emacs, probably. There is maggot for new Vim. I have no doubt that, I mean, maggot is just such a good idea that it just has to be ported. It probably has like only 50% of maggot features, and those are like ill implemented. Yes, back when I did Vim, there was only one Git plugin that was Vim Fugitive, and it was kind of bad. It was like, it was miles behind Maggot. So back when I used Vim, I actually just used Vim in the command line. I actually used aliases from, if you're old enough, you remember this thing, right? This Oh My ZSH was the thing back in the day, like in 2015. That's what I was using at the time, and it had Git aliases that I was using. Like GC for Git commit, GA for Git add. Yeah, and I used to use it back in the day instead of fugitive. Fugitive. There's neo Git org. I mean, of course there is. Wait, is this for org mode or for maggot? Interactive powerful Git. Ah, Git. Okay, okay. Inspired by maggot. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like, it's probably worse than maggot, and not as in, you know, code is shit or something, but it probably just don't have all the feature and all the workflows, because, you know, maggot is just so old and mature and kind of feature-fledged that it would really take a lot of time to implement all of that. It's kind of like evil mode for Emacs, right? Because Vim has hundreds of thousands of lines of code, and of course evil mode doesn't implement all of that. Okay, commands. Let me look at it and see if I have a powers in me to implement it. So it kind of has a structure similar to enums. Hey Ideus, yes, I use evil mode in Emacs. Just kind of, yeah, Vim. It's not only bindings. It's not just key bindings. It's also stuff like working with Windows, right? So we call this Control W. It's also registers. It's also regular expression syntax. So, like, you know, %s syntax, and a lot of other stuff. So there's like command mode that's kind of integrated. So yeah, I use evil mode. It also has surround implemented. It has all of those, how do you call it? Text objects, right? So yeah, it's not just bindings. It's the implementation is, I would say, quite versatile. It even has those weird commands to increment numbers under the cursor, you know? Control A and Control X in Vim. But I actually turned it off because I don't like it. If you don't know, what's that? Vim, right? You can point your cursor on a number in Vim and press Control A, and it will increment the number, and Control X to decrement a number. Yeah, I actually don't like it. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it's useful, but very rarely. And I had many times when I would accidentally press Control A or Control X, because in Emacs you use Control X as a prefix command, And Control A is kind of go to beginning of the line. Right? Yeah, actually maybe G Control A is a better thing. Maybe I can re-enable that. That's actually a good point. But I just fat-fingered Control A and Control X so many times in Emacs because I generally use it for different things that I just straight up disable that functionality. But sometimes I really miss, you know, when you like, so insert something rectangular, right? And how does it, something like that maybe? And you just, no, not that, but when you like, I forgot, is it like that? No, not quite. I forgot how you do that, but yeah, you can like select a block and they would, oh yeah, G Control A, yes, exactly, thank you, yeah, it's in visual mode. You see, I haven't used it in such a long time that I just forgot, but yeah, sometimes I miss this when I just want to add numerical suffixes to a bunch of stuff in a column. There is a way to do it in Emacs natively, by the way, I know that. But since I very rarely, and I'm pretty sure that Evil Key Binding actually uses native Emacs, a way to do that under the hood. Probably. Maybe it implements its own, I don't know. But it would make sense, right? But I just don't know the command off the top of my head because I just use it so rarely. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, the point I guess is that Evil Mode even has that implemented. And then there's like huge effort from Emacs community to integrate Evil Mode into all aspects of Emacs, you know. There are like mode integrations you can find for other plugins, right? There's Vim key bindings for Magit, Vim key bindings for org mode, Vim key bindings for IRC, for email, for every fucking thing. I actually don't use any of that. Since we're on complete tangent, I'll show you. The way I configure Evil Mode here, I actually disable it by default, right? So Evil default state Emacs, it means that by default we are in Emacs state, so we have Emacs key bindings. And the only thing I have always enabled is to use Ctrl W for window manipulations, because I just like using Ctrl W for Windows. I never use Ctrl W to delete words. I also use Ctrl backspace. So even in insert mode, Ctrl W is navigating Windows. I use Ctrl U to scroll. I don't use Ctrl U as Emacs prefix. This is pretty normal. And I only use Vim mode for textual text files. So for prog mode, text mode, conf mode, fundamental mode. And yeah, that's it. Hey, as you say, holy shit. Suno S4, damn. Yeah. That makes sense. But yeah, I mean, you know, so I stuck in Vim even though I use Emacs, but it's kind of, I don't really endorse Emacs, you know. I don't want to advocate for it, I guess. I don't really think it's a good text editor. To me, it's mostly just a historical accident that they use it. I tried to switch back to Vim, or I guess Neo Vim, a couple times, but every time something was wrong, you know. Every time something would put me off. Or I would just, you know, don't I would just like, I don't want to fucking learn Lua to configure my editor. It's like, ugh. You wrote macros that basically shelled out and ran filters on the current file to do things. Ah, yeah, you know what that makes sense. If you, there's a text editor that actually kind of mainstreams that, like Cocoon, something like that. Yeah, there's an editor called Cocoon, and this is how it does everything. It just lets you a subshell and provides you like a current selection to the subshell, and you can do whatever with it. And it implements LSP like that. It implements basically all of its plugins are like they subshell shit around. So, you know, kind of old school way to do that. Yo, another raid. Hey Kuju, hello. Thanks for the raid. I'm very blessed today with all the raids. Hey Nitrix, hello. Hey Stans, hello. I hope your game is doing well. People. Kuju is a fellow Jai dev. He's developing 3D game from scratch in Jai without using any of those dogshit engines. Right, so go give him a follow. He actually streams quite regularly, I would say. I would even say on a fucking schedule. Yeah. But yeah, welcome. Thanks a lot for the raid. Pathfinding today too and forever. Yeah. So what I'm working on today, I'm actually generating OpenGL bindings from XML. And just before you raided us, we took a W, and so far my generator is able to generate enums and defines. The way it looks like right now is here. We have actual enums that are getting generated. We are pulling the comments, right? It's all like structured nicely. If something is not directly attached to enum, it just gets pulled as a direct define. Yeah, like that kind of. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. And enums are generated. And now I just kind of trying to force myself into starting to parse commands, so functions. And then after this is done, I would have to work on customizations. You know, I only want to generate OpenGL like 4.5, and there you go. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. And yeah, what's the most you spent on a bug? I don't know. Like a few days, I think. I definitely never spent, or I actually never paid anyone to fix a bug for me. I know I never spend over a week on a bug. You know, usually if I'm focused to find and fix a bug, at most it will take a couple days usually. Even if it's not fixed in a couple days, I usually, in a couple days, even for the most fucked up bugs, you would usually at least like find the source and is able to nail it down. And you know, you would like, if it's very hard to fix, you would usually start to do some workarounds. If there are, so that's actually a good question, Fira. You know, what about the bugs that's like very hard to find because you don't have observability? Then you just add observability. If there is a bug that happens sometimes, You don't know on which circumstances. You just add more logging until you find it, until you catch it. If there is a crash and you don't know where, you add a way to get stack traces. If you're able to get stack traces, you're kind of almost halfway there. If it's not a crash, but some weird ass different kind of bug, then you gradually nail it down with different ways to trace it or log it. Like, do whatever you need, like add bits of code that log certain situations and try to piece shit together. If the bug involves some complicated state that is hard to log textually, you try to visualize it, build some kind of plotting program, or try to plot something to the browser or something like that. If it is a concurrency bugs, that it happens to, memory leaks in multi-threaded applications, or just some weird ass race conditions, which is hard to debug, but it's always possible, right? I mean, if it's in game, you always have those very cool futuristic debug tools that are like super awesome and very inspiring to see. If it's like some kind of server program, then you just literally add more tracing. That's it. There are some decent ways to nail down and debug race conditions, which usually involves just kind of stress testing your application. Right? You would usually run a copy of your setup if it's not too hard, or otherwise you just write a if you can't really have a copy running application on your computer because it's something it requires to run on special hardware, or it only happens in production but never locally, right, because of the difference in the system. What I do instead is I actually write an automated script that tries to reproduce the bug. Something that clicks around or enters the data that is likely to provoke shit, and I log it on the receiving end. Not necessarily. Yeah, kind of like fuzzing. It's usually not. It usually does not involve like full-blown fuzzer, right? Not necessarily a full-blown fuzzer, but just if you kind of have a vague idea of how the bug manifests itself, you just try to reproduce it in an automated way. And even if the bug is very hard to catch, I mean, if the bug happens only in a blue moon, like once in a blue moon, maybe it's like, fuck it, let it happen. If it actually hurts, if it's actually hurtful, then you just do whatever you have to do to get it down. Yeah. But again, to summarize, I don't think I ever wasted more than a week on the bug. Yeah, I don't think. I think the worst bug I dealt with involved a memory leak, not actually a race condition. Yeah, worst bug I dealt with was a memory leak in a third-party agent that was crashing our background worker. The worst kind of thing is that it was in Python, right? So it's not just, we're mallocing some shit. No, Python, the garbage collected language, and we had the third-party library that memory leaked in a garbage collected language because it used like weak refs that weren't deallocated properly. Like garbage collector didn't collect them because they were, it's like a long story, nobody cares, Python, blah blah blah. But yeah it was fun. I actually had to install a memory profiler on production to find it, because it was only manifesting itself in production. That was one of the complicated parts. And you know how you mentioned a good point that usually it involves quite a bit of an overhead. And you know what I did? I installed memory profiler in a way that is toggleable on production. And so what I did is that I would enable it manually only during the low hours, or only during the hours where we would have the less possible load, like during nighttime basically. And then I would come up in the morning and I would look at the collected data to try to, I would download the collected data and try to visualize it locally. And then after like a day or two, I was actually able to see where the fuck it comes from. See like allocated nodes, where like at which point they're increasing and all that crap. You can always find a way. You can always find a way. Unless, you're hitting fucking halting problem on P versus NP, bugs are always fixable. Yeah. Shallow stacks. That sounds very fancy. Okay, I see blazingly fast in the link and I already don't want to click it. Blazingly fast. I mean, it got so ruined. It's like a super red flag to me. It's like a soy faces in YouTube thumbnails. It's like, you know what I mean. It's peak programming brain rot. I actually opened it on the site. I will read it off stream. I don't write in Go. I don't actually program in Go professionally, but I would like to be honest. Go is one of those languages I would unironically be okay in programming in. It has a lot of overhead, I know that, but a lot of boilerplate. I know that, but I don't care about boilerplate. I actually like boilerplate because boilerplate gives you a break during which you just activate your mechanical skills and let your brain do the work. You need to deactivate your neurons so they can work on an actual problem while you're writing the boilerplate. This is very, very important concept. Oof. Yeah, Raiders, I'm sorry for yapping, but yeah, I'm kind of tired a little bit. I was even considering to end the stream, but then Kuju raided me. Usually I don't yap as much. I apologize. So here we're parsing raw GL, right? So if registry item equals enums. Otherwise, so else if. Hey Mythic, hello. Registry item name equals commands. Oh, I was doing the right thing. Commands. Yuppers. So what do we have? We have a command, and command has proto and list of params. So I guess what do we do? Enum namespaces and command namespaces, right? Raw command namespace. Just kind of do the same thing. And then raw command namespace is a struct naturally. How's your experience with Open? I took a W earlier today. Now we're generating valid AGI with all of the fucking enums and defines. And we're able to load them into a AGI file and compile it all together. So all the syntax is correct, all of the types are correct. I haven't actually wrote any actual program that would, you know, draw a triangle on the screen to, you know, verify it 100%, but we are at least compiling all the enums. And I want to parse commands, so functions, and then maybe parse some platform layers like EGL, and after that we will try to rewrite our EGL example that we did like 3-4 weeks ago from C header, you know, from generated C header to use our shit instead. That would be very poggers. And then I won't touch OpenGL anymore in my and that will be the last time I touch OpenGL in my life. I will start learning Vulkan or some shit, I don't know. Hello, Denis Ozgur. Have no idea how to pronounce the name, but I really like metaprogramming. I really enjoy it. I've done some wacky stuff with metaprogramming and that was very cool. Like on my YouTube, there are videos of me implementing or else and or return from Odin as metaprograms, and I also recently uploaded a video where I implemented a metaprogram that detects implicit dereferences in the language, which was also very fun. So I really like metaprogramming. What do we have in command? We have prototype, right? Which has a type and a name. So proto. Let's be just string. String. Name, which is also string. In raw, everything is a string. And then params, which is an array of raw command param. And raw command param is gonna be something that has name, naturally, type, oh, and a group. Yes. GLX, I'm gonna ignore GLX. I'm gonna pretend that GLX does not exist. GLX is dead to me. My heart doesn't recognize it. GLX was a mistake. And humanity still pays for it. No GLX in my house. Unless NVIDIA still fucks up and doesn't properly implement EGL on XCB. Yeah. Is there anything else? Param, p-type, name, and group. So group. Oh, there's also kind. What's the difference? Oh. Yeah. I know what's that. I know what's that. The kind, this is something that RCR warned me about, that it's like poorly kind of described and can be wrong. We can basically use kind as an alias for a type, right? So you can use something like for example, kind is chord. Like you could do chord is like GL float, right? Like is a something like that. No, not ISA. Distinct? Yeah, type distinct. Yeah, so we can do something like that. Right. And then the parameter here that accepts float, we could just make it accept the coordinate for an extra spicy type safety. So I'm gonna parse it. I'm gonna parse it, kind string, and to do implement kinds. Then special cases. I'm gonna do something like just indent it a little bit. Anything else? My voice just cracked. Anything else? Kinda. Prompy type. Oh, there's len. What the fuck is len? Comp size name. Huh. This is some kind of macro call. GL active varying some. There's also class. So there could be class type group kind and len, whatever it is. What else? Missed? Oh, I did. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Blam, 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 pa pa bam, bam, bam. Abelha душу рвет. Just by skimming the... Oh, there's also... no, proto. We have proto, right? Yeah, proto. We parse it. Fine. What's that? Also just a class. What is this class? Is this some object-oriented bullshit in my OpenGL, or what's that? Hey Leonte, what's up? Hello, welcome to the stream. Leonte, come in, hide your context. Hello. Hope you're doing well. I see you're also on programming schedule tonight. I actually sent an email to John about a temporary allocator. I wrote an essay in the mail about, oh, it's a food gun, here's what we can do. Oh, there's an alias. You took a power nap. I see. command namespace. Param. Huh. Five hour, 30-minute. That's fine. That's nice. Let's have commands. And commands has command. It's not command namespaces. I guess it's commands namespace. And it has raw command. Like that. Oh, it's the mail about. Oh, I don't know if you were here on Sunday. We were trying to find a memory leak in my Hitboxer program, which took me like 5 hours of brute forcing shit. And we eventually were able to find it, that temporary allocator implicitly falls back to default allocator if temporary storage is uninitialized. And it was completely invisible to the memory debugger, so memory debugger wasn't able to see it. Yeah, I was able to find it. We localized it, we fixed it. Well, I fixed it, but there were like people who were literally like hand holding and helping me. Dandy McGee, I think that's how you pronounce his name. I might be mistaken. It was actually like nice enough to take like a PDB file and an executable and run a Visual Studio memory profiler on top of it. It didn't help much because I think Visual Studio doesn't support executable files with this kind of profiling, but still, you know, people were really rooting for me. And yeah. But yeah, it's all fixed now, new version released. People notified, value delivered, and all that. So anything else? I don't really see anything else. I'm just by skimming at the list of parameters. I will do the default switch case so that we see if there's something else. That would have been a 20-minute fix if Valgrind worked with Jive programs. We have Valgrind at home, okay? That's the whole point of the ordeal. Okay, I'm out of Gothic 3 OST. Quick, my attention span is running out. I need something to listen to. Chippy Chappa Chappa 10-hour version. Let's go. If you used AI-enabled ID to auto-solve it for you. True. Hey, GPT, show me the memory leak. Where is the memory leak? Actually, I used LLM yesterday to generate a sick-ass synthwave grid pattern in just a couple lines of HTML and CSS. That's fucking insane. Let me show you. I don't think I'm gonna break an NDA if I do that. I'm pretty sure it's fine. Let me see if the screenshots are still here. Ah, shit, I deleted the screenshots. They are in a GitHub ticket. So, synthwave grid. So yeah. So this type of shit. Fuck, fucking Reddit doesn't let me open an image in a new tab. Oh god. This is so bad. This is so bad. Fucking Reddit, man. Okay, I'll just do this. I'll just do it the system way. So, this kind of grid. You can use a combination of linear gradients and some transform fucking CSS magic to generate this with just like a simple HTML div and some background bullshit. And you know what I did? I just took a screenshot of something similar, uploaded to Claude, and told me generate this shit in pure CSS and HTML using as, you know, few layout elements as you can. And it gave me like 4 HTML tags, and an abomination fucking CSS crap. And then I did a few iterations to, you know, clean it up, and then I kind of tweaked like the spacing and an angle a bit. It would definitely took me more time to write it by hand, for sure. Like I would be able to write it by hand. I would go, you know, read like CSS docs on linear gradients and shit. Or, you know, alternatively, I could probably just do something like that in Inkscape as an SVG and put it in the background, right? That's another alternative you can do. But, you know, it kind of, what, 15 minutes with Claude and, you know, a boiled lake in Oklahoma or whatever. Yeah, Carlito, exactly. Like, I was just about to say exactly your point. At this point in my life and my career, I just could not be fucked with thinking about HTML and CSS. After spending over a decade of doing web programming, I am a firm believer that CSS is a brain cancer dogshit tumor on the face of the earth. And any attempts in learning and mastering CSS are ill-advised anyway. JavaScript is whatever. I'm actually fine with JavaScript. Like, it has its historical accidents, but at the moment it's kind of a useful language. I think at this point JavaScript is alright, but CSS is fucking dogshit. And I just can't be bothered with, like, you know, even thinking about it. I used to know all of the flexbox toggles, all of the like grid, like, you know, how you like do grid gaps and whatever. I used to know by heart all of the, you know, display foot guns, you know, like relative absolute. I used to know all of the cascading rules when I did it full time. I used to know all of the shit by hand. And, you know, it's one of those kind of human bugs in human brain, like biases. When you invest so much time into learning it, you start believing that it is an important knowledge. This is kind of an essence in, you know, bullshit jobs. That you get so much invested into it that you think this is some kind of a fundamental human knowledge that, you know, like knowing CSS is somehow important. And I remember when Tailwind CSS got introduced, I was like, this is like fucking garbage for people who don't know CSS. I was like that. Yeah. And now I just can't be bothered anymore. Now, like, ChatGPT or Claude just writes all of my CSS. I just can't be fucked. I just kind of looked at it. I just make sure that it's not cascading, that it's not nested, because it is funny, right? It's called CSS cascading style sheet. Its killer feature is kind of in the name, but you really don't want them to be cascading. Like, having them cascade is actually bad. It literally has no advantages. It slows browser down a lot. Browser really doesn't like cascading style sheet. It's very fucking slow. You really want your CSS to be flat. So, like, the current meta is you compose classes. You don't nest them, you compose them. And the second one, what it was, yeah, cascading style sheet. Yeah, so you don't want them cascade because it's slow and because it's poorly maintainable, right? You change something somewhere on the top and then all of the hierarchy gets fucked. Yeah, so you throw away the third of the entire spec, which was all for nothing. Oh, look at that. I found another tag just by looking at it. What's that? How do you even read that? Is this a real word? Visqueef? This is vec equiv. This is vector equivalent. So this is the scalar one. This is a scalar one, right? So a function that takes 3 separate floats. And then you have a vector equivalent. Let me, I guess, I'm still gonna vec equivalent. That's probably accepts an array or something. Does it not? Oh, it doesn't have. Look at that. It actually doesn't have a prototype here. Huh. So you just have to... Wait, it's literally here. What the fuck? Why search isn't able to find it? GLB normal 3FW. Oh, because of fucking an XML mode in Emacs. It thinks that this is a word, because so it sees this as a tag. Actually, no, it's fucked. It sees this as a syntactical unit. Yeah, it sees this as a syntactical unit because probably tags are not word separator. Yeah, it's Emacs garbage. Emacs dog shit. Yeah, so it's literally here. It has a 3 coordinates. Fine. Const GL float. So in C, so the prototype in C is like 3 of GL float. It's something like that. Or what's the syntax? Like that in C. I forgot what it is in the function. Yeah, Emacs just has incorrect word separator for this. Da, 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 da. What's the define? Oh, it's interesting. Actually, in the official header, it's defined like this. So they didn't even bother to show that it accepts. Actually, can you even do that in C? No. I see that you have a star. I see. I just mean, is there like even a way in C language to, you know, instead of a pointer to do something like that? Is there like a valid syntactical way to represent that in C? No business has money willingly. Ah, that's a valid syntax. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Zolf. Yeah, I know it means exactly as star, but not actually, because here C, I think, will catch your ass if you try to pass some bullshit here, right? So this... Yeah. Ah, in this case, you can only pass a stack array. I mean, you can probably cast it away, right? I'm pretty sure you can just like cast it away or something if you want. But this is like a better signature. Mm-hmm. But when generating jive bindings, I can actually do stuff, I can probably get stuff like that and generate a wrapper. Which will have like this, and so what I mean is something like something like that accepts v as 3 of GL float, or maybe like 3 of coordinate, right? And under the hood it will call like you know, internal with like v.data, something like that. Like, I don't know, something like that. So we can do shit like this in Jai. Because I obviously... Yeah, or even not like that. Yeah, exactly. Just straight up expand. Just straight up expand this shit. It's better as a macro instead of just as an inline. Yeah, you're totally right. So this is probably a good compromise that we can do. C23 says it's better to be more explicit and use like that instead of that. I saw this in Modern C book. C23 sounds like something that will get implemented in like 15 years or so. Or is this not the case in C world anymore? Are they actually faster with shit now? I mean, I know it is the current standard, but do compilers actually fully support it? Or it's not the case? Because as far as I remember, yep, what? Because I asked a question with or. Even Zig, what do you mean even ZigCC? Do you know that ZigCC is just Clang? Do you know that? That it's not like a separate C compiler. That it's literally just Clang. With a clear wrapper around it. or I mean, at least that's what I remember it was. They didn't post any deadlines. Okay, I see. All right. But yeah, I would be really reluctant to just use C23 at this point. If I were a C programmer, I think I would just do C99. No, I don't know C that well, to be honest. But I think I would just do C99. I mean, because it's probably the most useful one, right? It lets you define shit anywhere you want, not just at the beginning. Or, wait, you mean why C99 compared to modern C, not compared to C89, right? I don't know, it's just... yeah, I know. But I think this is mostly just like a cargo cult or appeal to authority. I don't know how to call it. It's just good C programmers that I know, they use C99. So I would just do the same, right? So if I were to write a C project right now, I would definitely start with C99 at least. Just because a couple people who I know and respect who write C do this. But if I wasn't restricted by C, if you know, like I could do C++, I would do C++11. Because everybody say, again, everybody who I know, who in my opinion write a same code, I would do C++11, I think. So I would use auto. And probably that's the extent. But version of C++ is used in Jai. Hey Doom. I'm pretty sure it's C++11. Because John definitely uses auto. I think I saw context expert. I think I saw static cast. Like, don't quote me on that. It's just like pulling out of my ass. I think I saw some inheritance. But I mean, probably inheritance is like very old C++. It probably was here from the beginning, right? I don't think you... Oh yeah, he does defer macro, but I don't know how it's implemented. Actually, I think John posted his defer macro somewhere. Didn't he? So yeah, like, let me show you. Oh shit, I fucked up. Wait, let me pull this one out and there you go. I think somebody got the code. There it is. And that's what you use. Is this the same one or? So, you have like you have it as a class with and this one has a, I mean, struct in a class is the same thing, right? So it's just like a, yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, this flies like straight over my head. I'm not even gonna fucking pretend that I know what's going on here. Okay, it has operator overload for plus. Some dummy struct. Why don't you dummy struct? And it has constructor and oh, so it gets called. Is this so that it kind of gets just called at the end of the stack? That's why you need the destructor. Does Eleonte have this? Yeah, Eleonte also has a destructor. I think I understand. So the gist of it is that you wrap your function in a dummy struct and you, yeah, F, you see it's in, okay. So you kind of use the fact that destructor gets called at the end of the scope to call your shit, right? I see, yeah, okay, I actually understand. I don't know all of the syntax, but I get the gist. That's actually very smart. And here's Leonte's version. It's like slightly more involved because it, you know, checks the version of the compiler. Right, either GNU unused or I guess this is what MSVC requires. Also some macro, some string interpolation macro. You actually use, so the difference is that this guy, Simon, uses template, right? Template on the, so it kind of generic on the F, type name F. And you instead do it with the string interpolation. So you don't have to put your block inside parentheses. The macro manufactures a lambda function that gets eaten up by the, it gets eaten up by the overloaded operator. But how is this getting eaten by overloaded operator? Oh, so, but you don't use plus. Operator does. Why the fuck it doesn't matter? C++ doesn't care about what. What the fuck? With a reference? Okay. Define, defer, auto defer. Ah, that's where it's called. Yeah, I looked at this plus. Okay. So this is just a dummy. There you go, right? It's just like a dummy. And all you use it is just to call make defer. Yeah. Okay. I see. And you call the struct of a typed. And in the constructor, it just stores it as a kind of, it just stores it, whatever, like on the stack frame, whatnot, whatever, like C++ stores lambda, right? It's probably implementation defined or whatnot. And then in the destructor, it actually calls it. Yeah. It looks like a anonymous function to me. Yep. I understand. The syntax still looks fucking weird to me. Let's look at Leon's version. Where's the template? Here. Yeah, the callable. Is callable an actual type? Ah, it's just a name. Okay. So it's analog of the capital F. Ah, okay. This is just the type name. Yeah, I see. So, and here it's templating on the same shit helper, and the helper is just a constructor. Ooh! Why do you need unused? What are those? Yeah, here you check those. Define unused data. Why do you do that? Is this to suppress some warnings? Or what? That's technically unused. Yeah, so it's just to suppress warnings, right? Because you compile with like W all, and this is just to silence the linter. Okay, that makes sense. It's probably just for MSVC RCR. I would assume that this is like MSVC version of the unused. Because, right, this gets set for Clang and GNU-C, and this else. And I assume that else would be MSVC. And then you do standard version before it got standard. So it's for backwards compatibility. Okay, sorry. So I guessed incorrectly. Okay, I see. But shouldn't it be the other way around? What is this? You encourage of using the non-standard C++. How could you? This is undefined behavior. You shouldn't encourage such a thing. Ay. Пиздец. Хая. What the fuck? Define defer hack catch hack cat hack. Cat hack? Cat hack 1, cat hack 2. Cat hack. Why cat? Uncle Roger, yeah. I recently discovered Uncle Roger and was on a binge, was binging concatenate. So it's concat. Why do you need to wrap it like that though? I wonder. This and that. Is this some weird shit that you don't need parentheses around it or what? Some weirdness with macro expansion, so you need to do, okay. Yeah, I guess it's always like that. If every time I see when there's just macro that seems like for no reason, I automatically assume it's because string expansion fucks you up, or so you don't need to like parenthesize it or whatever. So you do. This is just to generate a name, so that's so that it is unique and doesn't collide with anything else. And then defer an S. Where's the namespace? This defer an S. Helper instance. And you override operator shift, right? Yeah. So you use the shift operator. Being different, huh? Okay. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of blows my mind a little bit. To get another macro expansion, otherwise you will end up... so the first macro expands line, right? And the second macro concatenates those. Okay, so you need something to expand line first. That's really cool. That is really cool. And you said you need C++ 16 or 17? I guess for like anonymous functions, I guess, or what? For some shit like this. I mean, yeah, lambdas were in C++ 11. I see. I guess the point is that, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure John mostly uses C++ 11, but maybe with a couple shit like this for like defer. That's actually, I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed by creativity of whoever figured that out first. Oh, I apologize. That's actually like, this is pure neuron activation moment for me, absolutely. It's like, you know, when you see Duff's device for the first time and you like, holy shit, whoever figured that out was really like smoking something strong, like very creative. Or, you know, the most famous stuff, the most famous example of a weird shit is Carmack's the inverse square root optimization. Because it's like the most probably famous one. It's like, oh, that's fucking very, very smart. Template magic to get compile time reflection on struct members. Don't like see ++20 fucking 77 finally has a reflection. I actually have this series opened in a tab on my computer, what every programmer should know about memory, but I haven't read it yet. Yeah, 26 is gonna have it. I kind of watched a talk from, what is his name? Andrei Alexandrescu, right? He was like talking about C++ 26, and I was kind of unimpressed, to be honest. You know, after getting Jai peeled, that reflection is kind of weak, man. It's like kind of weak and clunky and awkward as everything in C++. kind of weak sauce, if you say. Oof, we're yapping tonight. I did like 2 hours of productive something, and yeah, now I'm yapping. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Token stream idea for code generation instead of doing print and inserting strings is cool. I mean, we have token stream generation, right? You can say it's not very ergonomic. The generation as token stream templates. I actually haven't watched that part. I haven't watched it through, so I didn't pay attention. I can't like say whatever it is. Can let me maybe try to parse the raw data, or at least draft it a little bit. So what did we do here? Raw enum namespace. And then I do like populate the stuff, and then we do array add at the end. Here. So array add gl dot commands. I think it's just commands. Yeah, raw command. Commands namespace. I need a power nap too, very soon. Oh, I'm so glad I bought a distilled water today. Breathing moist air is just so good. And my nose is not bleeding anymore. I did great today. I want to push a little bit further. So if registry name item name equals command, what we do is we do command item equals to string item first child, right? Kind of like that. Node registry item. So what we do, like raw command node first child, and then we iterate while we see siblings. While raw command node next sibling. Kind of do it like that. Tag equals to this, and then defer command. We'll do this. while row command node. Defer row command node equals to row command node next sibling. So we just manually kind of iterate over these like sub whatever, right? And I think we always expect the very first one. Actually, you know what? We're not gonna even iterate first. We get the row command node, first child. Ah, no. It's all good. It's all good. Here in the while loop is we iterating over all the commands, right? So iterating over all of the commands. Yeah. First child. Yeah, row command node, first child. Now, like that we defer, and then so proto node equals to row command node. Let's even do just command node. So don't be fucking command node first child. We assert that node name equals, well, proto. Expect first child of the command node to be proto. Got this. And what did we get? Proto node that name. Sure, let me switch this to the left. It's kind of how I got used to it, having code on the left and XML on the right. Said I, and like instantly fucking closed it. And I guess I need to first child and then assert the command node that name equals command. Go to bed, you did great today. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. See you next time. Bye-bye. Have a good night, you too. Command name, command, yeah, tprint, I fuck. Back first child of commands to be command got. Tprint aka malloc. Actually, I don't know, this gets executed, yes, this gets executed even if we like don't assert, even if we don't like call an actual assert. I had a version of assert somewhere that lazily evaluated those as code nodes. I have them somewhere on my laptop. I can pull it in. So there's no malloc unless this shit actually fails. Yeah, I know the reference. But I was just thinking. I was just kind of thinking. I just got on the train of thought. Oh shit. Assert proto. And then we get like list of params. And maybe we have alias. Yeah, then we do parse proto. I'll just kind of open the this thing, and then parse params, right? And then for actually, what do we do even? Command node, command. We do first child proto node. Parse proto, then parse params and other shit. While next node equals proto node next child, next sibling, right? And while next node defer next node equals to next node next sibling. Smari actually fixed for expansion today for JXML, but to be honest, I kind of dig doing that. Dig manually descending the nodes. It sort of gives me more control because I know the shape, and it's just mentally easier for me to manually descend it instead of, you know, doing for expansion that does breadth first. And then kind of like, you know, every time I have to think about what breadth first actually means. Like, oh, what breadth first actually gives me? Will it give me like proto, so will it give me like param next, or will it give me name next? You know, this kind of stuff. If I do, okay, for command, will it give me proto param, or will it like give me proto name param p type? Like, I just have to kind of think about it every time, so it's just easier for me to manually write it up. Maybe it's one of those situations with me just not thinking about this kind of stuff every day. Similarly with like bit masks, just doesn't come naturally to me. While defer, and let's actually just, let's for now just print it. Just print command node. Ooh. We'll do just next node dot star, or just dereference it. Yeah, I can do that. You know, like traverse command, right? Something like traverse command, and I will know that I get param, or like traverse command params, right? Something like that. I can do that, but for now I just want to type it all manually. Maybe I can collapse it later, especially if other XML files will have a similar shape, then I can think about it. But for now, I don't really, don't want to bother. Don't want to be fancy before I actually need it. So let's print the node. And let's print command proto and proto node dot star. Can I just, huh? Oh, compile and command node undeclared identifier. Wait, what? Search and filed expenct. Get command. Commands to be command, get command. Huh? Oh, command. Damn, I do a lot of typos. Yeah, there you go. So command proto value and then command denote param glx. Again, proto param proto param proto param easy clap. So if x next node dot name equals, so case param we do like, let's do param case, what else do we know? Alias let's go up. And where is it? It's current param, yeah, like that. Case alias case name. Wait, name is a part of the proto. Vec equiv. Yeah, so we have param vec equiv and that's it. So vec we don't have name. Name is a part of the proto. Alias, I guess, command vec equiv and case false next node name. Okay, search and file glx. Yeah, of course, case glx. We just glx all my homies glx. Anything else? Woo! Surely it's not an infinite loop I generated. Sigmapper. It would be worth if you do it in multiple places. Yes, for sure. Yeah. As I said, if there are, for example, different files that have the same shape, right? Like enums commands, then I definitely need then I definitely don't want to repeat that. Absolutely. I would extract it in for expansions or in some kind of utility functions, but at this point, yeah. So I fucked up, obviously. While command node. Ah, look at that. Right, so while command node next sibling. Wait, no. I do command node. While command node. Yeah. Defer this. I do proto, parse it. Next node. Proto node next sibling. While next node. Defer. Do next sibling. This seems fine to me. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, at some point I don't correctly terminate the loop and fuck it up. Yeah, it didn't work. I don't know why. It's because it's AHH. Yeah. A fucking cursed emote. Milk splashes as I dunk my cookie. True. Milk splashes when you dump your limp biscuit. If only we could fly. Or what was that? Nookie nookie so you can take that cookie. Param. Value is empty value? What the fuck? Actually, look at that. Next sibling. I don't think it is an infinite loop. It's probably just Emacs being slow at printing. So it's probably not an empty loop. But I guess I tried to while next node. And then I do next node equals next node dot next sibling. And while loop should actually terminate at this point, right? Yeah. Why are we sec faulting then? Maybe here. While command node, defer command node. Oh yeah. Command node next sibling. Yeah, that's fine. First child. Proto node next sibling. Param. Next sibling null. And then seg mapper because try to write or read from invalid memory location. Huh. I mean, maybe one of those failed. Next node. No. I mean, no, this should be just fine. Okay, let's do the unthinkable. Since all Vimmers are probably left at this point and nobody will get offended. I apologize for the sudden flashbang. Let me actually do that. I need a debugger, okay? Hey, Лесной топор. That's a cool username. Is this theme? This is actually, I mean, a lot of people confuse this theme with the theme that John Blow uses, but it's actually a different theme. It just has a similar background. But it is a different theme. Protocols, GL, no. Yeah, open. Wait, not protocols. Fuck. Like, this is, I hate this in VS Code that you can't just fucking open. Yeah, this is a different theme actually. If you just open them back to back, you will see the difference right away. So let me generate does not exist. Oh, let's do generate protocols. Let's let it assert. Huh? Oh, proto node is null. That's insane. Command node. Okay, let's look at the command node. Oh shit. Oh shit, it has a type comment. Лесной топор. I forgot that JXML actually parses comments, that it gives you comment nodes. I forgot. I have forgotten. Okay. These commands represent strings as GL ubyte instead of GL char as represented elsewhere. While functionality the same, these commands continue to use GL byte, blah 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 blah. Okay, I actually want to take this comment. Let me look at it. Again. These commands represent strings. Let me just look it into XML. So yeah, there you go. That's the comment. So it's in between commands. Wait, what? It's not a command node altogether. So iterating over all the command nodes. Look at this. This didn't assert. What? So this should have been asserted then. Name. There's literally no name. The fuck? Wait, what? Yeah, command block doesn't have any name. Wait, command node. What the fuck? Oh, my chat died. Okay, welcome to chat room. Sorry if I missed anything. I know it's like I only assert on the first one. This is where it should be asserted. That's where assert should be. Because here, I only assert the first command. Okay, okay. That's easy enough. Yes, yes, the continue. Exactly. And probably, I guess I want that. I want this comment, I think. And you know, maybe there are different comments too. Maybe that's not the only comment. Let's see. Actually, no. Then there's like a section. But I want comments. I definitely want. I think I want comment in this particular case. Oh, that's a lot of commands. Sometimes I forget how big of an API surface OpenGL is. Like, it feels kind of small compared to Vulkan, but only because you can't display the spec on a single page. At least I think you can't. Yeah. These commands represent strings as GL byte instead of GL char, as represented elsewhere. While functionality is the same, these commands continue to use GL byte as there's no way to change their signature without potentially breaking lots of applications. These commands. So kind string, right? Const GL byte character. Wait. Why is there no way to change? I mean, yeah, you can't change the signature because GL byte probably type def to something different in the C code. I see. Breaking lots of applications using this. This would not have happened if you just didn't like force applications to dynamically link against some kind of like system headers or whatnot. Because driver wouldn't care, it's fucking same size anyway, right? I don't think there's like a driver that runs OpenGL in a condition where byte and char have different size, right? Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Who the fuck knows how many different devices ran OpenGL at some point and what kind of sizes they had. Yeah. Pam, 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 pam. So instead of asserting on the command, I guess we have to... So I want to store this comment somewhere and then print it before the command. So as a hack, I'm gonna store the comment on the command. Have row comment, and we will have like a string. This comment should be printed before the command. There's only one in GL.xml actually. Yeah, assert command. If command node dot type equals comment, command dot comment equals command node that value. Continue. Ooh, classic mistake. I do it all the time. I think this is the first time I caught it before Ilionte caught it. When I put defer later. Before code. Type mismatch, XML. Huh? Type wanted XML node type. Ah, it's okay. Wow, Emacs really prints it super slowly. It prints shit so slow, I think it's an infinite loop. When in fact it's not really. And now I think that maybe there is an infinite loop. Shit. Emacs really makes me think that it might be an infinite loop. No, it's finished, okay. We're not infinitely looping and we're not crashing. Okay, okay. So we are adding namespaces, blah blah blah. So and when we parse proto, let me check. Let's say proto. So the first kind of child on the proto is its type. I mean, yeah, of course, naturally. Command alias. And this is never happens. So these are the only possible siblings we have. Unexpected command node. Yeah. I think I will do actual parsing later, not today. Yeah, I'm totally cooked. I know I could probably start doing it, but it would be very inefficient. Just waste of my time and waste of your time. So yeah, I got myself a placeholder to parse all of the shit. And we will just parse them later. How about that? And then after we parse commands, we will parse features, and then we will just do some sort of configuration to do the features. I got many raids today. And even though everybody are probably left to sleep at the moment, at this point, I think we should find someone to raid. How about that? Lkalonk is streaming, but we raided Lkalonk a bunch of times. Maybe someone else.
Someone opened.
What's that?
And then I wake up.
Okay, VTuber. We have a VTuber who writes something in C. Low poly terrain gen. We also have Mr. Z Show, who is still streaming. But I think he's like going for, oh, I think it's his second session or something. Ah, okay, he's doing some art. Won't you need to put the comment on the next command? Wait, what? I just saw your command node equals to command node. Then we get a comment. Ah, yeah, you're actually right. Yes, you're right. So what we're gonna do? Problem solved. Yes. Problem solved. There's actually no such case. I checked. But the XML can change. It probably won't. Right. I mean, actually, I'm pretty sure it's still gonna work. Because I already create an instance of raw command. Right. And I attach the comment to it. And I guess this will create kind of a raw command in the array, Yeah, you see, it's gonna work. It's actually gonna work the way I did this. It's just gonna print the comment not before all commands. It's gonna print the comment after the first one. You know, small mistake, but whatever. This still gonna work. Yes. Actually, thank you, because this is fuck up. I mean, potential fuck up. This is what it should be. I need to define it within the loop. Yes, I need to define it within the loop. So I don't constantly reassign it to the same, because right in this case this will carry fields from the previous commands, you know, like vec-equif, this kind of stuff. Most of those will probably get overwritten and maybe it's like fine, but yeah, it should be here. Literally unusable. But now you'll lose the comment. Yeah. Yeah. Uh... A job for another day. I know how I can do. I can, store it like outside of the loop and then erase it. Yeah. It's literally a single fucking comment in the entire file. Whatever, fuck it. Yeah, okay, I'm done. I'm actually not gonna even raid anyone. I'm super tired. Go watch Kalonk or whatever. If you go, say hi from me. Thanks everyone for watching. Here's the links. You know the drill. I don't know if I'll see you tomorrow. Actually, I unironically don't know if I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully I will. I'm kind of trying to stream every day, but you know how it goes. Sometimes you just cannot make it. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Bye.